Hi there. Just want to make sure we are live. I've got a new setup here. You can't really see, I guess, but let me just move my camera around. Uh, so first, I realized my webcam actually has a microphone, so I don't have to wear that headset while I'm streaming. And so in the last stream, I'm in my room and there is the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi modem that we have is quite far away, so I think the stream broke off a little bit here and there in the last time I was streaming. So I've bought this very long wire that goes all the way to my modem, and hopefully this gives us a better connection. Couple of things I want to talk about today. Of course, this is a coding stream, so most of it will be coding. But first, because now I have proper microphone and there is noise cancelling, I've got a noise cancelling filter on my microphone now. So I live in Singapore. So in Singapore, it's really warm in the morning, especially 'cause it's very humid and it's very warm. So if I don't have a fan, I'm gonna sweat like a pig. So I have a fan here, but there is noise cancelling setup as well. So hopefully this stream will go a lot better than before. So as I'm coding later on, I will be able to drop commentary, and of course with the commentary, this means that I can also, after this is done, chop up highlights of the stream and post it online. So for the previous stream, I wasn't able to do that. The reason for that is because there's no commentary. So for the first stream, what we are doing now is we are creating a summary. It's almost done, and then once it's done, we will post it. And if this stream probably make it in time, so probably some of the contents of this stream we will cut it into the video for the last stream as well. So then we will have a kind of like a summary or highlights video for both the first coding stream and the second coding stream. So for those of you who are here, or for those of you who are planning to watch this, I really appreciate it. So the first thing I want to talk about is a couple of weeks ago, before we start coding, a couple of days ago actually, I received an email from Unity. Let me see if I can show you that email. It's basically them rolling back their runtime fees. So here it is. And so, you know, as you can probably tell, the internet kind of blew up. Why did I think it blew up? Because usually I don't read news. I don't read a lot of news. So I've heard about the Unity's runtime fees from my colleagues and just on social media. And you know, usually news, for me to hear about a piece of news, must have blown up quite a bit. So I've shared a video on I've shared a different video on the channel about my thoughts on the runtime fees. Personally, I thought that I was pretty okay with it. The reason for that is because the fees don't apply to most of us. That's number one. And number two, I understand it's a little bit cavalier because when you use Unity, you know, there are terms and conditions, and you agree to the terms and conditions before you start using the software, right? So for the company to change up its terms and conditions and apply these new terms and conditions to the old games, some people are understandably not very happy about it. The thing though is, the main reason why I didn't think it was a big deal was because I think that most of the devs who are making money from Unity can afford it just by making some adjustments to their revenue model. For most of them, unless you're running a free-to-play model, and you know, like, instead of, if you're selling game for free, and or rather if you're giving the game for free and you're making money via ads or via selling things on the game, then things become a little tricky for you, because then you have to change up your revenue model a little bit. But for the rest of the devs, who are, especially those who are charging for the game, you can just increase the price of the game by 20 cents or 30 cents, and this will offset the fees, right? So I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I can totally understand how how some people may be upset because Unity just changed the terms and conditions on all of us. But I also think that a lot of the outrage that was spawned from this change was because, well, a lot of people are gonna make a lot less money after this. Not a lot less, just a little bit less money. So let's say if you were making, say, $1 million and then now you're making 800K, you know, maybe you'll be a little unhappy about it. But this is something that is outside of the I mean, for you to qualify for the fees, you have to have been earning 200,000 revenue and have 200,000 users. So that's quite a lot of. I mean, if you get there, you probably are very comfortable and you're earning quite a comfortable amount of money. Unless you're unless you're. I mean, it's also possible that a company, they are spending more than they're selling. But if you can get to that level of exposure, there's quite a bit of things that you can do because you've got people's attention. So there's quite a lot of things that you can do. You know, you can find some ways to reduce your costs so that you can make a bigger net profit. So I thought that a lot of the outrage was just because people have to be paying more. So even if they could afford it, but they're paying more for the same thing, they're not happy about it. And the other thing is, of course, I thought the media made quite a big deal about it. Well, which is understandable, I guess, because when you run a news site, what the news sites do to make money, they post ads, right? So how much they earn is dependent on the views. So wherever, even if you go on YouTube or if you go to any media site that reports on news, usually the sad thing is negativity sells. And I just want to show you one thing here. Like if you just Google Unity runtime fees, well, this is Bing because I bought a new computer. I haven't installed Chrome, so I thought I would just give Microsoft Edge a try. But if you look through the reporting for the runtime fees, a lot of it is neutral or negative, especially when the runtime fees were announced and they were saying, you know, I'm going to charge this, this, and this. Like a lot of the titles are negative, and I guess this gets you clicks, but you know, I feel like a lot of the emotion behind the runtime fees changes have been fueled by these titles. That's one thing. Well, the news site's got to do what they got to do. Well, I can't critique them. Maybe if I run a news site myself, I would be doing the same thing. So let's go through the changes a little bit. I think these are pretty big changes. So I've been using Unity a lot. Well, we don't earn money from Unity obviously because we're not selling games. But I teach programming at a couple of tertiary institutions for my real work. That's where I earn my money. So I teach web development, I teach Java programming, I teach database development, and I also teach a little bit of games programming, which is how I use Unity. So for the longest time, Unity has always told its users that if you were to use Unity, we will have to charge you if you earn more than $100,000 in revenue. This has been changed to $200,000. And one thing that has never been possible is in the past, if you were to use Unity Personal, you would not be able to remove the Made with Unity splash screen. You will have to buy either Unity Pro or the other one is Unity Enterprise, right? So you have to buy either one of these to be able to remove the splash screen. But now they are allowing you to do it for free, which is well, it's something that they never gave before. And then they've changed the runtime fees also now so that the terms and conditions do not so that if you use an older version of Unity, it doesn't, well, you don't have to pay the runtime fees. So the runtime fees only apply after this year. Sorry, applies after this year. So only applies to games created with or upgraded to the LTS version releasing in 2024. And well, the third one is it's quite a similar thing. So they are making sure that they do not retroactively apply these new terms and conditions if you are using the older versions of the editor. And finally, they gave publishers an option. So either you pay 2.5% of your revenue share, or you pay fees by the amount of installs you have. So what this is essentially it's like if your girlfriend comes to you and says I'm gonna break up with you because you're playing World of Warcraft every day and I don't like that. And then after that, 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, she comes back to you and tells you, hey, uh, let's get back together. I'm willing to oversee, or rather, I'm willing to, what's the word? I'm willing to let go. I'm willing to accept that you're gonna play World of Warcraft a lot, and I'm also gonna buy you an expansion pack for World of Warcraft. So that's what they're doing. They've rolled back whatever they have, most of what they have rolled out, and then they're coming back with stuff that we've never gotten before. So I would say this is really great. I thought that the runtime fees again, they were a little bit overblown. I wouldn't say they are not a big deal. If you're earning money from your games being published on Unity, they're definitely a big deal because it affects the amount of money that you have. But for most of us, I just didn't understand the outrage. It's kind of the same as a couple of years ago. I'm not gonna say which actress it is, but there was this actress on Disney who was she was complaining about how, or rather, she was filing a lawsuit against Disney, right? About because of the pandemic and movies were not being on Disney Plus. Sorry, was going on Disney Plus instead of going on the screen, and then this affected her earnings. And everyone was just on fire about it, talking about how evil or how unethical Disney was. When she was, I mean, she was maybe gonna make maybe a couple of maybe 10 million, but then now it's 8 million, and then like, it's still a lot of money, and it's a lot of money. For some of us, it's money that we'll never get to see in our lifetime. And then the actress was earning it in one movie. Then everyone was getting outraged about it, which I mean, it was framed as like a rich versus poor thing, but it's more of a rich versus rich thing. And like, both of these, like, Disney is unrelatable to us because they have a lot of money, and well, the actress herself, she has so much success. I don't think a couple of million less would affect her. Of course, would I be pissed? Probably I'll be. But I just didn't get the outrage that people had, because both sides were unrelatable. It's not like the actress is super relatable to us. Just because she presented herself as so doesn't mean that was the case. So yeah, so those are my thoughts on it. Really great stuff. If you want to have a look at the open letter, they actually have a URL. So I'm gonna post it on the live chat right over here if anyone wants to have a look at that. So the next thing, now let's get on to coding. So the first thing that we're gonna cover today, or rather that I'm gonna stream myself coding, is in the last stream we've implemented damage feedback, and we've also on the player and on the enemy. So this is how it looks like. Give me a moment, my phone is ringing. Okay. So in the last stream, this is what we did. Again, a summary video of this is gonna come out soon. But this is, am I sharing the right screen? Let me just make sure I've changed over to the editor over here. Okay, so this is what we did for the last stream. Again, a video of this will release probably tomorrow or Saturday. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Tomorrow or Saturday. So we've gotten feedback. like that. And then so what we have here is an enemy. The enemy flashes when he gets damaged, and then when an enemy dies, he fades off into the background, or rather it fades away. And then one of the things that is still missing, if you look at the original Vampire Survivors game, there is a floating text that appears. It's just a pop-up text that appears over an enemy that has taken damage. So we're gonna do that, and then after that for the rest, and then for the floating text implementation, it's probably gonna take about an hour or so. And then when we do a highlights reel for the stream, that probably gets cut down to a couple of minutes. So that's what we're gonna be working on first. It will take about an hour, and then for the rest of the time, I'll be working on the weapons system revamp. So for the weapon system revamp, there's probably going to be a lot less talking and a lot more coding. For this, the floating text part, it's a lot easier, so I can add commentary as I am working on the code. So for the damage text, what you want to do is essentially you want to go to your game screen, and you want to find a canvas. So let's just go through how the floating text will work. So I haven't planned this, so I'm coding this organically. So as I run through my thought process, so a lot of coding is just thought process, right? If you get the thought process of how you want to implement a feature, right, you can code anything. So what is the thought process behind getting floating text to appear? So floating text is a UI element, right? So what's gonna happen is that you want floating text to spawn on a canvas, because again it's UI, right? So essentially what you want to do is you want to have a text element appear on the screen, yeah, and then you want the text element to perhaps have a certain alignment or a certain color, and then you want to have numbers, right? So what you want to do is whenever an enemy takes damage, you want to spawn a text game object onto the canvas, and then from the canvas itself, you print out the number that you want the text to have, and then of course after a while you can fade off the text. So one thing you can do is you can create a floating text prefab, or you can code it dynamically, meaning that you can use code to generate the entire game object, and that is what I am going to do. By the way, for those of you who are here, if you find any problems with the stream, let's say the sound isn't working or whatever else, right, please feel free to let me know in the chat. I will respond. I've got the chat window open on my screen. So yep. Okay, so let's start on the code itself. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm going to put the code into the game manager, because what's gonna happen is that in the entire game, how do I put this? So whenever an enemy unit takes damage, a little pop-up text is going to appear showing you how much damage has been done. The thing is that there's only one canvas, and that one canvas, we want that one canvas to be managed by something that's global. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, inside the game manager, add a new public variable. Let me switch over to the Visual Studio screen and make sure that the window is showing up. And it's gonna take a while, just give me a moment. Visual Studio, there we go. Okay, so here's my Visual Studio window, and what I want to do is add a new public variable here, canvas. Maybe we can call it damage text canvas. So in Unity, that when you want to render any UI element, you have a choice of well, you can create as many canvases as you want, right? So the idea behind the damage text canvas is we want to be able to specify which canvas in our scene we want to render the floating text to. Hence the name damage text canvas. I'm gonna move this down. So let me just grab this. It's just an aesthetic thing, alright. Since the current state and previous state were already there, so I want the canvas to appear right here. So later on, or rather right now we can do it, we can just assign this canvas over here. And later we can use this canvas and then we can draw stuff onto the canvas in our code. Okay, so for floating text, we're gonna create everything by using 0 prefabs. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, but let's try it out first, and then if it's a bad idea, we can always come back to it and change the way we are coding things. Okay, so let's create a new function inside game manager that we can call to spawn floating text. So I'm just gonna call this public static. Am I showing the right screen? Just checking. Public static. I'm gonna make the text a little larger as well, yeah. Since we have quite a bit of real estate, and this is, after all, a coding stream. So public static. This should be void, right? Then add further generate floating text. The reason why I call it floating text is because I use the Warcraft I use Warcraft modding tools, and this is what they call text that pops up on the screen. So this is how I'll call it, but you can call it anything you want. I call it pop-up text as well. So generate floating text, and it takes a string, and then this is the text that you want to print. So what happens when you generate a floating text essentially is, again, you want to spawn a game object, attach it to the canvas, and then write a certain text on it. So here is how you do it in code. So far what we've been doing is every time we want to spawn game objects, we've been doing it by using prefabs, but well, there is a different way of doing it, right? So first thing I'm going to do is damage text. What did I call the variable again? Damage text canvas, right? If damage text canvas is not there. Okay, so I was wondering why there was an error here, because I made this static, right? I will explain. Let me explain why I put a static here, and then why there is an error here if I put static. Because if I remove the static keyword here, this error becomes okay. So the reason why I'm using static is because there are two ways to access this function outside. Either you can do game manager instance generate floating text, and then let's say you want to let's say there's 102 damage. Yeah? So there are two ways to call this function. One way is to do game manager dot instance dot generate floating text. The other way is to do this. I don't have to tell you which one is more preferred. This second option is shorter. So if you have to type less, it's always better. So the only way for this second option to become available is if I make the function here static. Because when something is static, then you access it via the class name. Whereas if it's not static, then the game manager is set up in such a way, I'm sure Xavier explained it in his older videos. The game manager is set up in such a way where there's always only going to be one copy in the scene. So he set it up so that you can access the only copy of game manager in the scene by using game manager dot instance. So whenever you access a non-static function, you will have to go through an instance to access any of the functions inside the class. Whereas if something is static, then you don't have to go through the instance variable here to access any of the functions inside. So if you want to make this static, this means that when a function is static, basically what we are doing is we are assuming that there is no existing instance of this script. So when we have a static function here and we want to access the non-static variables inside a function, we are going to have to add instance here like that. Yeah, so once we have the instance keyword over here, or rather the variable, the instance variable over here, we can access the damage text canvas variable. So what we are doing is if the canvas is not set, then we do not want to spawn any floating text because, well, there is nowhere we can spawn the text to. So then we do a return and then this ends the function. So end the function so we don't generate any function. There we go. So as I'm coding, I'm just adding comments to my code so that when I share the scripts with you, you can just read through the comments and you can understand what's going on. So otherwise, start generating the floating text from here. What's going on is I'm going to create a new game object. This will be the text object. So I realized one thing that a lot of Unity videos don't go through is a lot of them use prefabs to create new game objects. So it's a little harder to find out how you can generate game objects using entirely code, but this is how you do it. We can't use the text over here because I think this is a reserved keyword or something, so let's call this text object. And let's just call this floating, call this damage floating. So whenever you spawn a game object, you can give it a name. Like that. So it doesn't matter what you put inside here in the string. You can put anything inside here. And the next thing we're gonna do is, apologies if I pause for a little while because I'm just intermittently checking whether the stream is still on. Relatively new to this whole streaming thing. So once we add the game object, the next thing we want to do is, because this game object is going to be attached to the canvas, I am going to do a text object and then add component. Now add a rect transform like this. And I'll save a reference to the rect transform. As well. So what we have here is the reason why we add a rect transform here is because if you notice when you add anything to the canvas, it always is a rect transform. Whereas if you add anything to the main hierarchy itself, the component here is transformed. So we have to change, because if we are creating the game object ourselves, we have to change the transform component into a rect transform component ourselves. Unity, I think it can. Unity doesn't do that for us. What I'm trying to say, Unity doesn't do that for us. And if you add a regular game object onto a canvas, it is still possible. It just will not show up on the canvas itself. So the adding of the rect transform is to make it so that the game object actually shows up on the canvas. Okay, so back to code. So we've added rect transform, and what else do we need to add? So we have to add a text component. I'm not sure if you're using Text Mesh or Text Mesh Pro. Let me just do a check. Because if you're using text, the regular, so there are two text modules in Unity. One of it is the regular text, and then the other one is Text Mesh Pro. For those of you who are using the newer versions of Unity, I don't think Text Mesh, the regular text component is included. So you will have to change all copies of text into Text Mesh Pro. So let me see what system the rest of the project is using, and I'll just use the same thing. So it uses Text Mesh Pro. So I'm going to use Text Mesh Pro as well. So the Text Mesh Pro component, let me just have a look and see what class it's using. So maybe for me to explain what just happened, I moved over, or rather what I did was, if you look at my Unity window, what I've done is, so in Unity, right, whenever you want to code, you have to know what the name of the component is. So for example, if you want to access, I'm sure you are aware of this, like you use get component on different components in your game object to gain access to them. So the problem is that Text Mesh Pro component, we don't know the class name because there is a little dash in the middle, and you cannot have a dash in your class name. So what I did was I just I just clicked here, and then I click on edit script, and then what this did is this opens up the source in the Visual Studio, and then from here I am able to get two things: the namespace as well as the class name. Yeah. And then namespace, essentially, so let's say if you want to use Text Mesh Pro components in your script, you will have to make sure you have this using keyword on top whenever you want to use scripts from a particular namespace. So once you add the using TM Pro, you will be able to use the Text Mesh class. Sorry, the Text Mesh Pro UGUI class, which is the class for text meshes. So let's go back to our function here. Where is it? Where is our function? Seem to have lost it. There we are. So the other component we want to add is text mesh pro UGI. This is the text mesh pro text. Just call this TM Pro. Then we add this component in. So this will be text mesh pro UGI. And well, if you want to keep things simple, we can just do TM Pro text, and then let's say we just do some text here, just input some text here. And what happens when you call this function right now is that you should see a game object appear. So let us try doing this. I'm going to go to the awake function, and I'm just gonna do an instance. I can just call it like that. Generate floating text. Let me scroll all the way down. I'm sorry. This shouldn't be 20. This should be text. Yeah. So this, whatever that goes in here, goes here as well. Okay, so let's try this out and see if our text is generated. So do you see the text gets generated? But it kind of is in the middle of nowhere. The reason for that is because, well, we haven't set the position of the text, and we didn't parent it to the canvas. Okay, so let's head back to the script. And let's change the following. we have to parent the generator. So canvas text object set parent damage text. We add transform here. And again, because this is static function, I have to access the instance to be able to get to the damage text canvas. And here I got to put transform as well. Okay, so the reason why we have to add transform over here and over here is because the set parent function is inside a transform, and basically it's managed by the transform component of every game object. So whenever you want to set parenting, you always have to access the transform of a game object. Okay, I'm just going into a lot of detail here, just to make sure that all the bases are covered. When you code, well, it's always best to, as much as possible, like know as much as possible. Coding takes a lot of well, you've got to have a big knowledge base. It takes a couple of years of coding before you kind of get the hang of it. After you learn one language, when you move on to different languages, it gets a bit easier. So if this is your first time coding, or if this series is the first time you're trying out coding and you're running into trouble, well, you've just got to persevere. It's got a very steep learning curve. I like to say that learning coding is like it's like playing Dark Souls, you know, it's a long-term. I'm not sure if Dark Souls is a long-term investment, but yeah, it's very difficult for sure. I tried the game for 15 minutes and I thought I'm not gonna waste my time playing this game. Not that I didn't enjoy it, but you know, because you've got to spend a lot of time to get good at the game, right? And there's a lot of things to do. Anyway, so yeah, we've set the parent, and now just to test out this function, I am going to just go back here and make sure that this is called, and let's go back to Unity. So when I play the game, what I want to do is I want to see the text appear on my screen. Right now it's appearing, but then the width and the height, see that it's appearing, but it's outside of my canvas. Yeah, so it's like right here, so it has to be somewhere in the middle, right? Or wherever the enemy is. So the next thing we want to do is we want to modify the positioning as well as the size of our text, which brings us back to the function. So how do we modify text? Let me just switch back to Visual Studio. Okay, my bad. Let's go back to Unity again. So let us just find the right configurations for our text first on the canvas. So I'm gonna play the game. I'm playing the game right now, and then I'm gonna select my floating text, move it onto the screen, and then I'm gonna advance the frame one step so that the text updates. Because Unity, for some reason, the UI elements do not update when the game is paused. They only update when one frame has passed at least. So here are the configurations we want to have for our Text Mesh Pro. We want to make sure that the text is center aligned as well as vertically aligned. So in the center of the element. And of course, we want to set the position X and position Y. This one we will figure out later. For the anchoring, we can just leave it at the center for now. So we just want to have the alignment set up correctly for the text for now. So how do we get that done? Is we have to modify the Text Mesh Pro component here. So let's just do TM Pro. There should be an alignment, horizontal alignment. Let's see how this is done. Horizontal alignment equals to Text Mesh Pro. Let's see what type this is. TMP text horizontal alignment options. If I'm not wrong, it should be horizontal align options, center, and vertical alignment. I'm trying not to hit my keyboard too hard, even though it's very satisfying to do that, because I'm sure some of you on stream wouldn't like that, right? Or rather, if you're watching the stream, you wouldn't like that. So I'm gonna align this to the center and align this to the middle. So this is the first time I'm using Text Mesh Pro. So if you're wondering how I found the, you might be thinking I'm lying because I found these two options, right? But if you have IntelliSense set up, you can just access a variable and then you can just scroll through all the variables that are accessible to you. So you really don't have to do a lot of googling if you know how to use IntelliSense when you're writing your code. As long as you know what you're looking for, it can be pretty easy to find what you want to find. And as for how do I know the value here is horizontal alignment option center, I found this out by mousing over the variable here and then looking at, do you see the pop-up here says horizontal alignment options? So this is the variable type, and this is an enum or an enumeration. So I just have to access the enumeration and access the value inside. So once everything is aligned, let's just for now set the game object to the center of the screen, which means I will have to grab the position and then set this to new vector 2 screen width over 2 screen height over 2. Alternatively, actually it's better to do a multiply by 0.5 because dividing numbers is slightly more computationally expensive. From what I've heard somewhere, I'm not sure if this is the case, but I've heard that my understanding is that multiplication operations are the fastest. They're faster than additions, so you want to use multiplications wherever possible. So let's try this out again. Let's replay the whole thing and see if our pop-up text appears in the right place. So right now you see the pop-up text appears in the center of the screen. And the next thing I want to do, of course, is to, instead of popping it up when in the center of the screen, we want to pop it up whenever an enemy takes damage. And of course, we want it to fade away after a certain amount of time. So the next thing we want to do after this is to, let's go back to Visual Studio. We have to add a couple more parameters to the generate floating text function so that when the text spawns, it doesn't just stay there. It pans upwards for a while and then it disappears. So what we are going to do, let me think. Because if we want it to pan upwards, we will need to have a coroutine. And so I'm thinking how to arrange this whole thing. You know what, let's turn this into a coroutine. Would that be convenient? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to create a new function here called write floating text. Takes a string text, and then it takes also a. Okay, I'm gonna write everything out. I'm gonna go through the thought process behind it after I'm done. I am coming up with this as I go along. So float duration, let's set the default value here to 1. And we also have float speed. This is how fast the floating text pans upwards. for the speed, let's set this to perhaps 50. I'm not sure how big this or how small this is going to be, so let's just play along with this for now. Okay, so next thing I'm gonna do is this will be the function that we call, and you know what, let's just, sorry, this will be manage floating text, and then instead of it being static, this will be the coroutine. Yeah, so this will be private and this will be a coroutine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the same variables right here, and I will move all the code from generate floating text into manage floating text. So what's gonna happen here is that whenever we call generate floating text, this function will just go to manage floating text. Maybe let's call this generate floating text coroutine, so that so that we can link two functions together. Otherwise, the naming will be a little bit confusing, and I'm a little bit of a stickler for making sure that the names of functions, well, they make sense, right? Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to recode. So let's do a couple of modifications to our generate floating text coroutine over here. When we are in a coroutine and we want to terminate a function, we cannot do a return anymore. We have to do a u break. So this will end the coroutine. So basically what we are doing here is if there is no canvas, then the coroutine doesn't run. So actually we can, we can move this over here. This will be a lot more efficient. So we just do a return over here like this. And then if the condition is met, meaning there is a canvas, then what's going to happen is that we will just start the coroutine. Generate floating text, in text duration. And because this is static variable, so we have to access it via the instance like that. So we can't start coroutine unless let me come back to this. What's the problem? Oh, I think I need instance here. Okay, there we go. Do we need this? Okay, we need an instance here as well. So the reason why we need an instance here is because we are accessing, again, this is static function. So in static functions, start coroutine actually is not a global function. It's a function that belongs to mono behavior. So when we are inside a static function, the start coroutine function is not available unless you have an existing instance of an object. This is just the way Unity is set up. So whenever you have a static function, you have to have an instance variable that you can access your start coroutine with. Okay, so let's go back to our coroutine here. So again, the reason why we want to have a coroutine here is because we want to animate the text. We want it to move upwards over time. So now that we have generated all the text here, I think we are missing one more thing actually. And what the thing is we also need to take a vector to world position. Yeah, so this will be where the text is generated. So let me just duplicate this over to the other function as well. So what's going to happen here is that this position, instead of it being screen width times 0.5, let's change this to world position x and world position y. Okay, so where are we at now? We are able to generate text. And you know what? Let's just make sure that the whole thing still works. I'm just gonna do a U break here just to satisfy the condition, because whenever you have I enumerator, you will have to either have some kind of yield for the function to not return an error, or to throw for the function to not throw an error. So generate floating text here. This will be, I have to specify a position, right? So new factor 2 screen with factor 2 screen height. So that's just for us to make sure that everything still works. So there is a little bit of an error on the editor here. So I'm just gonna click in and see what it is. And what we have is I forgot to add world position over here inside. So let's see where we are now. So the text gets generated, which means everything is still working fine. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to animate, or we want to pan the text upwards, okay, away over time. So for this, we will do a wait for end of frame, and we will do a while here, while t is less than the duration. So the duration is going to be how long the text takes to pan upwards, right? So then what we're gonna do is we have a timer value, and then in the while loop, in every loop, what's gonna happen is that we're just gonna do a u return w. So what wait of end of frame does is it waits for one frame. So it's kind of like an update. So this is kind of like an update function, except that it happens in a coroutine. So we'll wait for one frame. We will update the time. Delta time is just the time it took for the last frame to complete. So we wait for a frame, we update the time, and then wait frame, update the time. And then once that happens, this is quite similar to for the Patreons. You would have already, if you've seen the article for part 13 summary, it's the same concept for when the enemy fades away. So we're gonna code the fading first. So to get the fading to work, fade x, right, alpha, yeah, so here we have text object, color, sorry, the wrong component, pro, color equals to new color. So the thing about setting colors in Unity is that whenever you set a new color, you cannot just change the alpha value. You have to retrieve the old color, red, green, and blue. And then you can set the alpha value. Just the way, because colors are struct, so you cannot change. Let me show you what I was trying to do. I was trying to do this. Pro color.a equals to whatever we want the transparency to be, but we can't do that because color is a struct, which means that you cannot change the properties inside the struct. You can only view the property, you cannot change it. So we have to create a whole new color object or a whole new color struct, and then we have to update the alpha value. So what is the alpha value going to be? I'm going to need create just give me a moment. Let me just think of how to present this. So for the alpha value, it's going to, okay, maybe let me just write it down here so that I don't have to set up a new window on Paint. So the alpha value is going to be when time is equal to 0, we want the alpha value to be 1. An alpha value of 1 means that the object is fully visible, whereas an alpha value of 0 means it's totally transparent. So as t approaches duration, the alpha value will go from 1 to 0. So this means that at t equals to 0, the alpha value is 1. So how do we get this relationship? If you were to do t over duration, this means that when t is equals to 0, there is no alpha, and then when t is equals to the maximum value, so let's say the duration is 2. When t is equals to 1, 1 over 2 will be 0.5, right? And then when t is equals to say 1.5, and the total duration is 2, you get about 75% alpha, right? So t over duration will always give you an alpha value that goes from 0 to 1 over time. What we want is the reverse of that, so we will take 1 minus t over duration. This will give us an alpha value of 1 when the time is 0, and then as the time approaches duration, the alpha value becomes 0. It's the same concept as what we have done for getting enemies to fade away. So we will use this formula, and then we will just plug this into the alpha value here, and then this will get us having the text fade away. So let's test this out. And I'm pretty sure this will work without a hitch. So let's see that the text fades away now. Let me show this again. So see that text fades away over 1 second. So we've got the text to fade away, which is great. Okay, let's go back to the code. And so we have, sorry, just a quick question. There is some construction work going outside of my house. Can you hear it? Let me know on the chat. If you can't hear it, that's great. If you can hear it, well, there's nothing much I can do about it. Well, I can try and find some noise cancelling filter later on. But anyway, so now we've got this, which means the fading of the text works. I hope you understand the formula. In the highlights video, we will talk about this formula as well. This is a very interesting formula, and it's very helpful for a lot of different circumstances. So the next thing you want to do is want to pan the text upwards, right? So take the text to the right alpha value and pan the text upwards. Panning of the text is quite straightforward, much easier than the alpha value because the formula is going to be very simple. You just grab the, so we can just do tmpro.transform.position, and we can modify the position from here. Remember that we also have access to the rect transform, which is basically a transform component as well. So there are two ways to modify the position of this object. We can either do tmpro.transform.position, or we can just directly do a rect position like that. Yeah, both of them refer to the transform of the object. So rect position, and then here I'm going to do a new vector 2, and again, why can't we just modify the x or the y value? Reason for that is because the position variable is also a struct. So I would like to do this but I can't do it because you can't modify the position values directly. You have to create a new vector. Yeah, this is just one annoying thing that Unity has going on for it. Right, position X, and then for the Y value, because you want the text to pan upwards. So right position Y, and then what we do is we just add the speed value that we have requested for here, plus speed times time dot delta time. So over here, what we are doing is we are just moving the text upwards, and then we use time dot delta time because the speed over here represents time in seconds, and also why don't we represent the speed using why do we measure it in per second rather than say per units per frame? The reason for that is because delta time changes when your game lags, delta time will, or when the frame rate decreases, then delta time will increase. So then by multiplying whatever speed value you have with delta time, this will make it so that the speed will always be the same regardless of your frame rate. This is very important, otherwise you have games that function totally differently at high frame rates. And there are actually some games, I've come across a game where this happens, but I forgot what game it is. I think it's Resident Evil 2. There was I saw a post somewhere that talked about how if you use the knife in Resident Evil 2, the new one, of course, not the classic one, the knife deals more damage to higher the frame rate. So probably somewhere someone forgot to multiply something by the time, which is why you have knife damage being affected by the frame rate of the game. So now let me just run this piece of code, start working. See that? Now you have the damage popping up and fading off. Pretty cool, huh? So now the last thing you want to do is to attach the pop-up text to every enemy that takes damage, which is gonna be quite straightforward. But before we do that, let's just do some cleaning up of our code. So remember that we created this object. So what we create, we've got to destroy when the time is right. Otherwise, we're gonna get a lot of extra game objects that are not needed. So once the while loop finishes, we will clean up text. For the cleaning up, this is simple. Just do a destroy game object, and that's about it. That's done. So go back here. Now we've got the text panning up and fading away. Okay, so let's apply this to the enemies now. Okay, one last thing that we have to modify before we apply these to the enemies, it's this line right here. So the problem that we have is that the coordinate system that the canvas has is different from the coordinate system of our map. The canvas has its own coordinate system, and the map has its own coordinate system. So what we're gonna do is if you look at the map itself, the characters over here, you know, the X and Y values are different from the whatever that you see in the canvas. The canvas coordinate system is based on the screen size, whereas the coordinate system in the map is based on just the squares that you have in Unity. Yeah, so there are two different coordinate systems. So for us to make sure that when we pop up the text, it appears on top of the player, we will have to convert the world position over here into screen coordinates. So later on when we pass this value to the generate floating text function, we will have to convert the value into screen position. So let me just make this a little bit clearer. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna change this to actually screen position, and then I'll update the variable here. And from here, this will be world position. So I will be doing the conversion from this function here itself. So over here, I'll pass in world position, and then this function is supposed to convert this to screen position before passing it over to the generate floating text coroutine right here. So for us to be able to convert things from world position to screen position, we will need a camera, which means we will need to scroll all the way up and add reference camera. So this reference camera is going to allow us to do the conversion of the units. So let's go back over to our function here, and what I'm gonna do is find a relevant that we can use to convert the world position screen. Let me just format this function a bit. The idea is just spacing this over multiple lines so that it's easier to read. Find a relevant camera that can use convert the world position to a screen position. So over here, what we're going to do is if instance reference camera. If this is not assigned, then we will find our own reference. So you can so what I'm doing here is I'm giving the developer or the level designer an option whether he wants to manually assign the camera. If the camera is not manually assigned, Unity has a default camera. It's called camera.main that we can use. So with the reference camera here, what we can do is we can use the reference camera. We can do a world screen. And what this does is this converts the world position to a screen position. So then when it's received by this other function here, it becomes screen position. So then we can pass in world position value. So we can pass in, for example, the position of an enemy, and then our function here will automatically convert the world position into screen position, and then we can pop up text. So the whole thing is done. So let us put this whole mechanism here to the test. I'm going to remove my generate floating text test here, and I will let's head over back to Unity. Oh, sorry, not Unity, to the other script, right? So I'm gonna open up the enemy script. Damage is done under enemy stats, right? So here we have enemy stat. And what do I do from here? Under take damage. Very simple. So whenever I take damage, what I'm gonna do is I only want the damage to appear when the damage is more than 0. So if create text, so right here, if damage is more than 0, we will do game manager generate floating text. And I will pass in damage here. But there are a couple of things you want to do with the damage. So notice damage here is a float value, but you want to clean things up a little bit, right? So we will do a math f.round. Should we round? Sorry, let's do a ceiling. Sorry, let's do a floor. Floor to integer. So what floor to integer does is it rounds down. Rounds it down to an integer. And then why do we get an error over here? Because this takes a string. So we have to do a toString. Oh, do we have to do that? Actually, no, I don't think we have to do that. So what we are missing is the position, right? So we just gotta pass in the position of the enemy. And looks like we've got to do a toString, like that. So what we have here is generate floating text. So we pass in the damage, and we pass in the position. And yeah, this is about done. So we have a function that generates pop-up text for us. So the last thing we want to do is to, before we do the last few things, let's test it out first. I'm going to have to start the game from the character select screen. That the text pops up. But it seems to only do it once. Oh, okay, I see why that's happening. That's happening because if you look at the error here, what you see is that the game manager got destroyed. So let's go back to our script. There was an error right here. So we shouldn't be destroying the game object. Where is it? We shouldn't be destroying the game object in game manager. So if you go all the way back to the generate floating text coroutine, we destroy the game manager. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be destroying the text object. So because I destroyed the wrong object, caused a couple of errors. So I've updated the code here. Let's go back to the editor and let's test this out. There we go. So now we have pop-up text whenever we deal some damage. To show you that this pop-up text doesn't always show 5, let's select the garlic character. Oh, it deals 5 damage as well. Tell you what, let me just change the stats of the weapon then. Garlic weapon, it deals 5. Let me change this to 3 damage. See that? So the floating text changes. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm gonna add a couple of options so that you can control how the floating text displays itself. Let me just switch the screen back to Visual Studio. We're gonna add a couple more variables onto the game manager. So let me just do a header damage text setting. And what's gonna be in these settings will be, I'm gonna set a font size, text font size, as well as a public font text. So what we have here is we have two options. We have an option to modify the font of the text as well as the font size of the text. So I'm gonna set the default font size here to 20, and for the text font here, I'm just gonna leave it as it is. And if we scroll all the way down, when we are creating the object, we will set the font size to be equals to the text font size that we have set inside of our variable, and as well as if text font is set, then we will also do tmpro.font equals to okay, my bad. I'm gonna have to change this. This shouldn't be a font. This should be tmpro text. What is it called? tmp text font. Is it? Let me just go back and check. tmp font asset. Okay, so again, how do I see what variable to use? I want the type of this variable, so I mouse over the font here, and it gives me the font right under. So this will be tmp font asset. There we go. So we can assign a custom font if we want to have a different font, and if you assign a custom font here, this will change the font of the text. So let's go back to Unity itself and go to the game manager. So here under the game manager, we can change the font size as well as the text font for the damage text. So if you do not assign a font, it will use the default font, but if you assign a font, then it will use a different font for the pop-up text. So with the text font size reduced, when I damage enemies, the text that pops up now should be a lot smaller. Yep, and there we have it, the pop-up text. Sorry, so let's there's one more fix that we have to do. And that one more fix is, if you look at the damage text pop up now, when I hit something and I move, the text moves with me, which shouldn't happen. And the reason this is happening is because, well, somewhere in the code, there is some math that we have to change. Let me find where the math is. So because we did the conversion inside generate floating text, we are not doing the conversion every frame, which is what is causing the issue. I think we will have to change the way that the numbers a little bit. So this will be world position, and this will be screen. We might have to use world position here. So I'm sorry. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to world position. I'm just gonna change where the conversion happens. So this will be world position as well. This is as well world position. So for the speed here, what I'm gonna do is looks like we're going to have to okay, you know what, I'm gonna change this to game object. So what I was thinking of about was, how do I anchor the text onto a certain game object? And for us to do that, unfortunately, we will have to change this to target. So because we want the text to always appear over the target, you see, which is why we have to change this to target. This can be a transform. Doesn't have to be a game object. So transform and transform, and then this will be a target as well. So we're gonna change the formula a little bit. So we don't convert the position over here. This will be target, and this will be okay. So we will have to do the conversion over here instead. Then, yeah, we've got the reference camera, and over here we will do reference camera, world screen point, and then we will just grab target dot position. And what's going to happen next is we have the target position here. So when we modify the offset, we will have to basically we will have to change the formula here a little bit as well. So this will be float y, float t is time, and then we have float y offset starts from 0. And we are going to need to do a conversion here as well. So what's going to happen here is that we want to pan the text upwards. We will just grab y offset, then we will add speed times time dot delta time. Then this will always be target position plus y offset. So let me just do a quick recap of why I've made these changes. The reason I've made these changes again is because if you have seen in the example just now, when I move around the screen, the text follows me. So if I move upwards, the floating text will move up super fast. So that's because when we pass the position of the enemy, we are converting the value first, and then we are passing it to the coroutine. And then the coroutine only has the converted value to work with. So what happens is that when we move around, the screen also moves together with us, and then this can affect the way the floating text displays. So for us to always make sure the floating text follows the enemy, we will have to make it so that the enemy or whatever object the floating text is supposed to be attached to is passed into the coroutine. So this coroutine can then use the live position of this object and then calculate where the floating text should be. So then what happens is that we are always just doing the conversion inside the coroutine itself. And then here we have a y offset that increases every frame. And then so that we are able to get the position, and then with a y offset. And then there is a little bit of an error here because this is a vector 2 or vector 3, and then this is just a float. So we have to convert this to a vector for this to work. So I think we can use a vector 2, if I'm not wrong. Okay, we can't, then we gotta use a vector 3. Okay, so now this is a fix to get the okay, there's one more error here. Let me see what the error is. So it says enemy stats 64. Okay, so line 64 of enemy text. Sorry, enemy stats. Over here, the error is simply I forgot to update this variable. I just want to pass in the transform right here because you've changed the code inside Game Manager, right? Yeah, so that because we changed the function to take a transform as opposed to a vector, so we have to update the parameter that we pass inside here as well. And barring any oversights, this should work now. And the text should properly... Oh, now it's very fast. Okay, this is an easy fix. Don't worry about this. We just have to head over to Game Manager and reduce. Again, previously this was relative to the canvas speed, right? So now we just got to reduce it to say 1. Because right now it's in world coordinates, it's not in the screen coordinates. Previously the units here was in screen coordinates, which is why the value here is different. So now the floating text doesn't move together with us. We seem to have a different problem now though, and that problem is that the text stays on screen. Okay, for that, it's an easy fix. So if the text stays on the screen, that's probably because the coroutine ends prematurely. Can happen sometimes. So for that, it's a really simple fix actually. I'm just seeing where the issue could have happened. Okay, what is the simple fix? Let's just keep this line of code. And then in the beginning of our code, we will also add a destroy here. Make sure this is destroyed after 1 second. So if the text, just now if you saw the text, some of the text, they don't destroy themselves properly. Like they fade away, but after a while they just stop. Just hang there. So to prevent those things from happening, what I'm gonna do is just add a destroy here. So the special thing about the destroy function in Unity is that you can you can pass in a value here so that you can make it so that the object destroys after a certain amount of time. So we can move the line destroy here, and then we can just pass in the duration. And what we are saying is destroy this object after the duration finishes. Then we can remove the destroy line here. And this should get it to work. Yeah, so now there shouldn't be any leftover text. So there it is, our floating text functionality is working. I will post a summary of this on the blog after the stream, and we will have a kind of like a highlights / summary video that we'll be releasing for coding stream 1, and we'll be adding this part about the damage floating text to the summary of coding stream 1. We did this for about 1 hour and 15 minutes, so I think there's going to be quite a bit of stuff for us to summarize. And yeah, that's it. We are done for the floating text. I'm gonna go for a short break. I will come back in about 15 minutes, and when I'm back, I will start coding the weapon system revamp. For that part, I won't be talking as much because I will have to be doing a lot more thinking. The reason for that is because for the weapon system revamp, there are a lot more moving parts. And what we want to do is weapons are the biggest part of Vampire Survivors, and there are a lot of moving parts in the weapon system, and for us to be able to code weapons that scale. So one restriction, one drawback that we have for our current weapon system is that we have to manually set the stats at every level. But if you look at Vampire Survivors, in the game there are buffs, so you can pick up certain items that will enhance like the area of your spells or area for weapons, and you can, I think the leveling up, the stats are different. Stats don't always stay the same, right? So you can, if you get a good roll, then you can get a better level up, but then you don't always get the same level up. So our weapon system has to be more dynamic. So we cannot have a weapon system where we have to create the stats of the weapons for every level. We will have to define an algorithm that allows us to scale the weapon in an organic and dynamic way. And that is why the weapon system, the rework will take a little bit of thinking. The reason why Xavier did it that way was the way that he did was because it's when you're doing a tutorial, it's easier to simplify things and then to explain from there. So and the reason why I'm starting to do these streams instead of doing more videos is because streams allow us to explore more complicated concepts and explore allows us to code things in a more complex way as well, and of course it takes a lot less time to just directly explain the code on stream as opposed to us recording footage and then editing it and then shortening. Of course it's better to watch, but it's very tough to create. So for those of you who are watching, thanks for joining me. I'm going to go off for maybe 15 minutes, and then I'll come back and I'll start coding for the weapon system, and I'll be talking a lot less. I will look at, let me just have a look at the chat first before I go. So thanks for sharing your, like how you did your floating text. Yeah, so there's not much happening in chat. Let me just update the status of what we are doing after this, and then I will head off for a little bit. I'll see y'all guys. I'll see you guys in another 15 minutes or so.
trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel. Letting go of the past, I can never understand. So many questions, why? Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like a miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel.
And I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't on the break, but this time I won't collide like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in. I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and your body for me. I can't give in. I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves. Far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side. I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger. I'm stronger. I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in. I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. With your breath and your body for me. I can't give in. I can't give in. I've already run with the world.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like, feel like this. Feel like, I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. I never thought I'd feel like this. Feel like. Feel like this. Feel like. Feel like. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my good. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like. I never thought I'd feel like this. I never thought I'd feel like. constellations. They remind me that this life cannot be lost forever.
The reporting for the runtime please. Generate. And then so, oh, when she was, she was maybe gonna make maybe a couple of, maybe 10 million, but then now it's 8 million, and it's like, it's still a lot of money, and it's a lot of money. For some of us, it's money that we never get to see in our lifetime. And then the actress running it in one movie. I'm back. So I'm gonna start coding the weapon system revamp, and for this part there will be a lot less talking and a lot more coding. So yeah, stay around if you want, and as and when I'll drop some commentary. But if you are interested in looking at stuff, more commentary, that will be at the beginning of the stream. So let me just update the status in chat before I start coding. So I'm gonna commit the changes we made and the code for the coding text and everything onto the repository that we have for this project. And once that is done, I will explain the rationale for our coding system, for weapon system revamp. So what I have here in GitHub is I have two branches. There is a branch where we have the game, and then we are where we've added incremental features to the game, like damage feedback for the player and for enemies, and then now the damage for effects. So I have a different branch for creating weapons. And in this branch, because the weapon revamp is going to be pretty big, so whenever you have big changes to existing systems, it is better to develop them in a different branch, so that if anything goes wrong, your main branch will still have a working game. So branching is something that can be very useful if you are coding relatively big projects. So for the weapon system itself, as I was saying before, it will be helpful if we revamp the system so that the values for the weapons in each level are not fixed. Again, why is that? That's because weapons in Vampire Survivors, they have modifiers. So like if like for example, certain characters, they have area modifiers to their weapons, for example, then it makes all their weapons have a bigger area or a bigger, like, more damage or more projectiles or something. So we have to make it so that all weapons have the same or similar stats, and then when you level up, this increases the stats of these weapons, but then when you pick up power-ups, that will also increase the stats of your weapons. So we have to make our weapons buffable, not just by level up, but also by pickups and by other kinds of savings conditions. This is the main reason for the weapon system rework. So I'm going to start planning the whole thing now. I was doing it halfway in the last week, but then when I had looked through the code, I realized that perhaps the whatever I had for the last coding stream wasn't working very well. So let's take another look at whatever I made. So I'll be doing a lot more thinking, so I'll be doing a lot less talking as compared to the first part of the stream.
one to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
So the first thing I have to work out is the new scriptable object for weapons. The change over here in this scriptable object compared to what Xavier has done so far is that he made the system so that you have a scriptable object for every single level of the weapon. We are gonna pack everything into one scriptable object. So let's say you have a knife weapon. All the data for all the levels will be packed into one single scriptable object. So what I'm thinking of right now is how do I organize the scriptable object so that it can take all of this information. So one thing that I'm thinking of looking at now is I'm going to go to the Vampire Survivors wiki to see if I'm able to glean some information about how the weapon is, what kind of weapon stats are there. So there should be some global weapon stats in Vampire Survivors, and that is what I'm looking for right now. Why do I say that? Because there are buffs that affect all weapons. So for example, even a knife, which you wouldn't imagine has an area of effect, has an area stat, for example. So what we have here in the stats here, what this shows me is these are probably all the stats that a weapon has. That means that our scriptable object needs to have all of these different stats. And then again, these stats are global, so that when you pick up a buff or a debuff, like area buff for example, it affects all your weapons, doesn't affect this one weapon. So as I'm coding the weapon system, I'm gonna be referring to the Vampire Survivors wiki quite a lot. So I'll be jumping back and forth, and once I make sure that the framework is right, then I will start overhauling the rest of the weapon system. Once this is up, then it's just about getting the rest of the code to use this new weapon system as opposed to the old one.
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
So here's what I have so far for the weapons. I have an area where you can define the base sets of the weapon, and then there is also an area here where you define how the weapon grows. So we have over here a drop down, which is basically all the stat boosts that the weapon can receive. These will have to match the values over here in time. For now, still the old values that we had from last week, but I'll update it soon. So what we'll have is we'll have a max level where you can define how much the weapon can grow, and after that you can choose whether the growth is linear or random. Linear means that it's gonna go from level, this is level 2, and level 3, and level 4, and so on. Random means that it's just gonna pick from one of these, and then it's gonna boost the weapon. So there'll be some weapons where, so there'll be two methods of you being able to define how the weapon grows. Either by having the weapon grow in predefined values at every level, and you can define the stats over here, or you can make it random, and then random means that it will just randomly pick from one of these boxes here to grow the weapon.
addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Sign and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown in sorrow, but I love that visions of you. Come closer.
So I've changed the way that weapon data works somewhat, so I have changed the weapon script as well. So if we were to follow this new system of the weapon having base stats and then being incremented by a variety of different things, from buffs, debuffs, to level ups, to different kinds of weapon bonuses. So if in the future you want to implement a shop, for example, that increases maybe all projectile weapons by a certain amount of stats, then we will have to use this new weapon system. Yeah, then it's dynamic. There are different ways you can increase the stats of the weapon, not just by leveling up. So if you were to adopt this new paradigm of thinking, if you were to adopt this new design of things, then we will have to modify the weapon script as well. So previously, all the weapon data, all the data about the weapon is actually stored inside the weapon data scriptable object. If we want to have dynamic stats and everything, we will have to make the weapon class, which is the base class for all our weapons. We will have to make it so that it stores all the stats instead. Yeah, instead of the weapon data. So then there are a lot of considerations, like for example, where do we want to store the nested structs, which is what I'm thinking about right now. So we have this stats object here that provides allows us to define base stats, of course, and the level up stats. Perhaps instead of putting this inside the scriptable object, we should be putting this inside weapon instead. That makes a little bit more sense. So right now I'm still grappling with the reason why I can't talk as much as in the first part of the stream is because right now I'm doing a lot more thinking, a lot more planning. When we were coding the floating text for damage, it was a lot more straightforward. This is gonna be a little bit harder for me to commentate on, because there's the plans, like it's a lot going on in my mind right now. So once everything is done and I've got the whole puzzle sorted out, then I can do a short video to run through, either on stream or after the stream, to run through what the changes are and how to use these changes, which is the more important thing, right? Like how you're able to use it as opposed to the why. So this is what I'm looking at now. Apparently in Vampire Survivors there are two forms of leveling for weapons. There is standard growth, and then there is also, well, randomized growth, right? So what I'm gonna do now is I probably have to split this section here. I probably have to change it so that there are two arrays, one for say standard growth, and then one for randomized growth. So let me just change up the variables here a little bit. So this means we won't need the linear, sorry, we will not need the enumeration for us to choose whether the growth is linear or random. We're just gonna have two arrays, one for linear growth and then one for random growth. So we remove growth type here. This is the maximum level that you can attain. And linear growth. So we have one array for linear growth and one array for random growth. So here's how I am going to be planning this. Let me just remove all these functions. I don't think we will need all these functions anymore because the scriptable object is no longer managing the stats of the weapon. So we can remove get cooldown, get damage, remove as well, and get effect, remove as well. So what we will have is weapon data will contain quite a lot of fields. Let me just update the weapon script. Because by removing the functions here, some of the functions here have errors now because they no longer exist. Again, so the weapon script now tracks the stats. It's not the weapon data script that tracks stats. Previously it was that way. So what we'll have is, let's say we want our knife to grow say over 5 levels. We can assign 3 levels where the growth is standard and then 2 levels where the growth is random. So for the random growth we can say let them choose from say 5 or 4 choices. Or let's say if there is no random growth at all, then we can just set linear growth to 3 and then max level is 3. And then we can just define the stats for growth over here. So how does the knife grow? It grows just by adding more projectiles, which is not wrong. One more projectile, base damage up by 5. One more projectile. Seems like there is a description as well. Which means in the stats struct, we will have to add a space for description. Maybe we can just add a string name and there we go. So this is knife, fires, 15, second, over here, level 2, fires. So this would mean that the stats will become, there's no increase in damage, no increase in variance, just one more projectile is being fired, so the number is increased by 1, and that's about it. So one thing we can do also is we can actually define, because in C# there is a way for us to define how a certain struct will interact with other structs. Let me just head over to the browser and show you what I mean. Let's use our trusty friend here, ChatGPT. Let me just do the overloading first and then I'll explain what's going on. So, going to just grab this from ChatGPT. So what we want to do is we want to be able to use the plus sign to add two stats together. This is useful, let's say, when you have a base stats and then you have, say, stats for when you are growing by a level, you want to add them together. Then you can just use the plus sign to add them together. Instead of going through the whole trouble of manually increasing each stat one by one, which is gonna be a lot more trouble. So we will have to define how the struct is constructed as well. Which means, goodness, there are quite a lot of variables we have here.
Just wish you knew.
Yeah, it looks like we have to define a constructor as well with stats. Oh, sorry, we don't have it. We don't need a constructor. Yeah, we can just do this.
Just wish you knew.
Okay, so what's going on here is that whenever we level up or whenever we get a boost, we will need to change the stats. And the stat change will be whatever we have on the base stats, which is right here. And then the values here will add to the base stats. So then what I'm doing in the code here is I'm defining the plus sign, which allows me to add, say, two different stats together. So when I level up, what I'm gonna do in the weapon itself later on is I'm just gonna grab the base stats. I'm gonna add the level up stats to the base stats. Very simple. So this allows me to add two set objects together using the plus sign. It's gonna be very convenient for later on. So in the weapon itself, let's go back to weapon data. So there's all kinds of growth defined for the weapon itself. Let me see if there's any more errors in the code in a moment. Okay, it looks like everything is great. All these warnings are created by me because in the last week I labeled a whole bunch of scripts as obsolete. These are the scripts that we are going to replace. But we will solve all of these bit by bit. Let's set the growth stats now. So we have the base stats, and then we have the linear growth, we have the level 2 growth, level 3, and level 4. Let's just do that. Level 2, level 3, and level 4. So level 3 will be fires one more projectile, base damage up to 5. So then we have a damage incrementation of 5. And then we have one more projectile. And then level 4. Level 4 is just one more projectile, right? Fires one more projectile. So one here as well. So then now we will have to change the projectile script slightly. I've created a projectile script last week that controls the projectile is flying. So there's a whole bunch of stats that the projectile has, which we can just replace with the weapon stats, so that we can just pass the weapon stats value directly onto the projectile. So one thing I'm grappling with right now is whether I want to move this entire struct here into weapon data or whether I want to leave it at weapon. So it can be at either class. The question is just which would be better to avoid clutter, and the weapon class seems to already have quite a few variables. For now, I'll just keep it at weapon. So for projectile, instead of having all its own stats, we can just use the same variable. So weapon.stats, which is this little struct over here. And then this will replace all of the stats that we have. So a couple of things that we might be missing from the struct. So the heat effect is not accounted for, and then the lifespan is not accounted for as well. Lifespan is just how long the thing exists. So we probably will have to, let's head over to weapon and let's update the stats struct over here. And we will have to update a couple of things. Let us add a few more stats. And we probably have to start organizing whatever's inside this struct with headers. Let's add some headers over here. So if you're updating the struct with new values, we have to modify the operator as well.
Feel it sinking in. Lonely faces say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions. I'll show you. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know, but I will guide you home. Fight your battles, always by yourself. In the shadows, hear you cry for help. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions. I'll show you again. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know. Getting hot, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights. I know, but I will guide you home. Letting love pass by, something I've done so many times. Trying to keep my head high while everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart, just like
So one thing I'm changing also is how the projectile detects collisions. I'm probably gonna change it so that it goes away from using what am I trying to say? So that it goes away from using colliders. Reason for that is because we have an area stat. We want to be able to increase the area. Actually, we can still use collider. Just scale the check. Yeah, you know what? Let's just stick with using a rigid body. We can just scale the object using the area check. Which means
letting go of the past. I can never understand so many questions why. Well, everybody's dancing. 'Cause I know I'm not the only one. I know I'm not the only one. Since you took hold of my broken heart. miracle. You're the angel, the one I've been waiting for, waiting for. You're the angel, the one that pulled me out of the dark. Oh, oh, I've been waiting for, waiting for. Oh, oh, the one that pulled me out of the dark. You're the angel. You're the angel.
Of your life, and I lost myself again. You hit just like a drug. This time I won't let you in. You're playing with fire. No, I didn't I'm the prey, but this time I won't collapse like I did yesterday. Yesterday, you broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give it, I can't give it, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today. Tú tienes la pócima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in, I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you're bad, but you're bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run with the wolves, far from the light of the day. I can't go back to you, I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side, I don't know. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on my. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood. Yeah. I
So what I'm trying to do now is I had a system set up the last time where I had some scripts modified to use the new weapon system instead, and I got the knife working, but right now the knife isn't working again, and it's because, well, if I knew why I wouldn't have this problem, so I'm just looking through my scripts to see why it is. And what I've done is I've changed my inspector to use the debug mode instead, and inside the debug mode, you know, you have more variables shown, so you can see the cooldown is happening and the cooldown keeps refreshing, but it seems like the knife isn't spawning, so probably I'm missing something over here. Just gotta find out what it is. So the first thing I'm gonna check is whether the attack function is firing, and if it is, whether my game object, whether the projectile is spawning. So I'm testing out the print now, but what I see here is there seems to be no message being printed. So it looks like the entire attack function is not working, meaning it didn't print anything here. My mistake. Let me just print effect. Print prefect name. So this is supposed to spawn a new projectile and then it's supposed to attach it to the player character, but it's not, which is mildly frustrating, but something we're gonna solve. It's not a very difficult fix, you just gotta find where in the code has things gone wrong. So it looks like the projectile gets spawned. I think I know what the problem is now. So the problem is that silly problem. Okay, so the problem is that the knife gets destroyed as soon as it spawns. How do I know that? Because something is there, the code is running. If the code is running, the knife must be there, but if the knife must be there, but the knife is not appearing on the scene, so something is destroying it. And I know exactly what it is. It's that I forgot to, if you recall, we had a lifespan stat. And what I should do actually is, let's go back to the script first. I'm going to set it so that if the lifespan of something is 0, then it's not going to, it's just not going to die. So over here under start, notice that if the lifespan value is 0, this object gets destroyed instantaneously. So I'm gonna make it so that if the stats dot lifespan is exactly equals to 0, or maybe I should make it if it's less than or equals to 0. Sorry, only if it's more than 0, then we will set an expiry for the projectile. Otherwise, the projectile will just last forever, which is actually not good for game health, but it's a lot easier for us to find I mean, it's really hard to figure out why the knife isn't spawning when you set everything there, right? So it makes it easier for other users when we make it so that if the lifespan is 0, then the object just will never destroy itself. And then as the level designer, they will have to make sure to set the lifespan set. So now the knives are spawning, but they are probably under the scene. Let me show you what I mean. So if you have one thing that I like to do when I'm debugging stuff is to always reference the hierarchy and the inspector, because these two will tell you more about what's happening then there's nothing else you can refer to, right? So for example, here the projectiles are not appearing, but when I look at the hierarchy, I can see that the projectiles are clearly on the hierarchy. So somewhere they are there, and they happen to be behind the seat. Yeah, so they are there, but can't see them because they are not sorted properly. What do I mean by they are not sorted properly? You will see there's a sprite here, and it's probably just being covered by the tile map. So if I just increase the order and layer, this should probably fix the issue. Or not. Why is it not? So we have our projectiles. They are spawning now, but they are not showing up in game itself. Let me set a lifespan for these projectiles. In the scriptable object, knife. Let's set it to, let's have all of them stay around for say 10 seconds. Then leveling up is not going to change how long they last. And you can see here the knives are being spawned, and they clear themselves after a while. If they don't clear themselves, that's because I forgot to set the lifespan. Set the lifespan, right? I am gonna test this out by going back to the scene, and I'm gonna get my knife lifespan down to a lower value so I can see if the lifespan actually works. So now the knives don't destroy themselves again. Stats lifespan is more than 0, right? Okay, I think I got something. Let me change the structure of this a bit to say something else. Okay. So the problem is I forgot to assign the stats from weapon to the projectile, which is why the lifespan wasn't applied. There we go. Now let's see. Goodness. A lot of knives spawning now. So here's what I have now. Play the game. See a lot of knives spawning. A couple of bugs here we're gonna figure out. Oh, I didn't change my screen. There we go. So let me show you the knives. Okay. So you'll see a lot of knives are spawning, which means there is something wrong with my weapon script. So let's go debug. See what's going on. There is a type mismatch in the preset. And so the cooldown just keeps going further. Captain snatch, it's fine. Let's just reassign this. So because we changed the variable, so there was a bit of problem. Just fix that. So now the knives work. We just gotta adjust the stats. So the speed is so slow, let's change it to 10. Lifespan, we can get longer, so 5 seconds is more than enough. Yeah, I think we got our weapon working. We got knife working. That's great. Okay, so we got our knife working on the new weapon system. We have to figure out how to get the upgrades and passives and everything working later on as well.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from
Let's apply this to the garlic. Knives are working.
hear me cry when I call out
So I'm gonna go get myself a cup of tea, come back in a little bit. It's the afternoon now, so I'm getting a bit lazy. Stay awake to continue coding. When we come back, we will work on the garlic. And, garlic is different type of weapon that slightly different behavior because it's not a typical projectile. I'll be back in 15.
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo! Yeah. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. And I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrow, but I love that taste.
Visions of you.
Come closer. Past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my pace. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste.
Visions of you.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said Jeff. Say son. You know I said Jeff. Just
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
you know I said Jesse. You know I said Jesse. You know I said Jesse. suggest.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
I was just talking a whole bunch, but my mic was off. So I was saying, well, there are 2 viewers now, so thanks for coming to support. When I left to buy tea, there were no viewers. So I was just reiterating why we were redesigning the weapon system. Reason for that is because the system that Xavier had, Xavier was the previous author of the series. It was great, but it didn't account for one important thing, and that was the special buffs. So, like for example, you have different characters. Different characters, they can get different buffs, and then the buff will change weapon stats. So Xavier's system made it so that weapons only level linearly. You cannot level them randomly, for example, because every level has a set package of stats. So how I've changed the weapon system is as follows. So let's look at the knife, for example. So right now there are a lot more variables that we have to play around with here. So we have the base stats, which are the stats that you have when you receive the weapon, and then you have 2 options here. You have options for linear growth, which is to say, let's say you want the weapon to have, let's say, 4 levels, and you want to define, for example, what the stats for level 2 are, the stats for level 3, and the stats for level 4, and so on. You can do that, but in Vampire Survivors, there is a feature called Limit Break, where after a certain level, if you continue to level the weapon, then the game will randomly pick from a set of buffs to give the weapon. And over here, if you look at the new weapon system here, it's not finished, but you can also define random growth, which is just a list of options to choose from, a list of level up options to choose from for your weapon. And this system in the future will also open up doors so that we will be able to code buffs to target, say, specific kinds of weapons or specific traits of weapons. For example, I only just picked up Vampire Survivors a couple of weeks ago, and there is a character that starts with a buff for 15 minutes. Her area, like all area effects of weapons, get buffed by a couple of like 80% or 100%, right? So then you get like these big weapon effects across the entire map. So then by having this weapon system where you have a set of base stats and then you add on additional stats via level up or via different buffs and debuffs, will allow for a much more flexible weapon system going forward. Again, when Xavier did the weapon system, he had 2 limitations. Number one, actually just one limitation, that he had to record the whole thing and he had to explain the whole thing in a concise manner, because he was going through everything step by step, right? So because he had to explain things, he had to simplify the code a little bit, which is why the code turned out the way that it did. So now, because we are striving for a slightly different thing, so then we can just bring in more complex features. So what we have is once everything is done, even if you don't understand the code, right? If you understand how our system works, you will still be able to include it into your project and you will still be able to use it. And of course, after the entire system is done, probably we'll do a couple of videos that hopefully in 10 to 15 minutes we can explain the entire system to you, and then for those of you who are interested, we can create a video for you that explains or that goes through the code for the weapon system. So I'm gonna continue coding weapon system now. When I left off to buy tea, I finished coding the knife. And if you're interested, earlier in the stream, from about 15 minutes into the stream to about 1 hour and 30 minutes, I was coding a system that caused damage to pop up whenever an enemy receives damage. So that one probably will be more interesting than me coding the weapon system, because the floating text, the damage text system, is a lot easier to code. So as I was coding it, I was doing a commentary so you could tell where my head was and what to look out for, what I was looking out for, what I was trying to do, and all this stuff. With the weapon system, it's a lot more abstract, so it's harder for me to provide commentary as I do it, because I'm creating something and I'm rethinking my like how I organize my codes and how I organize the variables and all that stuff, because there's a lot more moving parts. I have to think on a much wider scale, so I'm not able to do commentary as I go through the weapon system revamp. So for the first 15 minutes of the stream, I was talking about how Unity reverted the runtime fees. So if you're interested in that, you can skip all the way back to the start of the stream as well. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna continue my coding, alright? Hi Lance, it's been great. I just bought a cup of tea, so hopefully tea always gets me. It always gets me super focused. It works very well for me. I know some people, coffee doesn't work for them. Coffee works too well for me. That's why I have to drink tea. So the next thing I'm gonna start coding on is the garlic. So I'm gonna try and get the garlic weapon to work the same as the knife within the confines of our system. So for the garlic, I will have to create, there we are, we have a new, or rather we have a weapon data for the garlic already. So what I'm doing is I'm referring to the stats of weapons from the Vampire Survivors wiki. Lance, you're on night shift. Night shift's a tough, man. Well, actually, I can't say that because sometimes when I was younger, I used to play games late into the night. But now, you know, time is a rarity now. So I play games a lot less. Well, I'm glad you're watching my stream. I hope the music helps to alleviate I assume when you're doing a night shift, you're doing it alone. So if you are, then I can accompany you over the internet. Let me just Google the stats garlic, see how the stats are distributed. So the garlic deals 5 damage, area 1, speed 1, amount 1, duration of 1.3. So once I fill in the stats for the garlic, I'm going to see what I need to modify in my code to get the garlic script to work using the stats that I have. The idea is to use one set of codes that will apply to all the weapons. That way, when we share the code, it becomes, you can just attach standard components, and then you can modify the components to get the different functionalities that you want in your weapons. That's the idea behind this. With code, it took me quite a while to learn how to organize my codes. I would say the biggest jump I made was when I started using Unreal. So I came from a games development course. That was over 10 years ago, and at that time, Unreal Engine 3 was a very new thing. They just released it for free, and well, being a show-off, I decided to. Everyone was doing their projects on Unity at the time because Unity was a lot easier, and I decided, hey, I'm just gonna do Unreal because it's harder and the graphics are nicer. But you can do the same thing with Unity actually. I was just being a show-off, and it was really hard to code in Unreal because documentation wasn't as good. So I ran into a fair bit of trouble, but because I had to read all of their source codes over time, I would say that year where I had to code my project in Unreal was the hardest. It's probably one of the hardest years of my life because it's just really hard to read, right? But just by seeing how people who knew what they were doing coded, it helped me a lot. I would recommend everyone to read source code if they had the patience. But I don't think I would have had the patience if I didn't have, a project I had to submit, and my word to back up. My mouth got me in trouble, so it was good that I was able to deliver on the I said I would in school. Where was I? Let me get back to the editor. So I'm just gonna fill in all the descriptions from the Vampire Survivors wiki. Text, and everything. That's a great question, Lance. Am I planning to use interfaces for the weapon behaviors? I haven't decided yet. I much prefer to use inheritance. I guess that's because Unreal does it a lot. I think even now, if you could look into the source code of Unreal, you see they use a lot of inheritance. Unity does a similar thing, but it's not to the extent that Unreal does it. Interfaces are there when interfaces are very similar to inheritance. In my opinion, they are there when you have two different hierarchies and you don't know how to put them under the same parent. That's when you use interfaces. But different people have different opinions on that. And there are some cases where interfaces are very well, they're used very well. In my case, I haven't fleshed out the weapon system enough yet to be able to say whether I'll be using interfaces when I move forward. I may not. When I do, I will explain the rationale behind it, if I do. So I teach part-time, and one of the hardest things, I teach programming. One of the hardest things to explain to students is interfaces, like what it is and how it works. Inheritance is a lot easier to explain because you can see the hierarchy trees and everything. With interfaces, it's just, well, as a student, I took a while to understand how interfaces work myself and why you would use them, and I can totally understand why students find it confusing. Well, a great case of reference, if you've coded Java before, Java uses interfaces quite a lot. Let me see if I think I have an article about this. Let me, I can share it with you. I don't know if I have an article about that. I seem to recall putting an article together some time ago. I think I didn't put the article together. It was for something else. But yeah, the Java API has a lot of they use a lot of interfaces. So for example, if you want to make a class serializable in Java, there is an interface for that. If you want to make a class clonable, there is an interface for that. There are many different interfaces in Java. With the right lesson materials, Java is a very good example of how interfaces can be used in the entire API. Quite like how they use interfaces here. Quite surprised that Garlic doesn't have knockback in the game. I always thought it had knockback when I was playing. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks. I think that's it for the stats. Let me just add a bit of knockback to make myself feel better about Garlic. What else? No speed because it doesn't move around. I think it has a cooldown, right? 1.3 seconds. Each damage once every 1.3 seconds. No projectile intervals. No piercing. And let's just put it. I haven't figured out what to do with this yet, but it's there on the Wikipedia, so I'm putting it here. So in the last week, when I was coding for the Garlic, I created a script that basically just deals damage over time. And I'm thinking of weaving it into the projectile script that the knife uses. So basically the aura will extend projectile, but it's basically a projectile that doesn't move around because we want the weapon to only to activate once you receive it and never activate after that. So right now I'm just thinking what is the best way to move forward. Should I create new script? I'm quite against creating new scripts unless they are very necessary. I try to have one script do everything, kind of like how the rigid bodies in Unity, they serve every single purpose that you can think of, right? Physics. So the scripts that we create, I want them to be like that as well. So you don't have to learn, so you got this component do this and that component do that. Just one component do everything would be great.
Crowded places, feel it sinking in. Lonely faces, say you need a friend. No matter the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, I'll show you I care. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and up. Getting high, feeling low, and it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you. I'll stay beside you. I'm never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in the city of lights and up. But I will guide you home.
So I have this aura class that I did from last week, and I'm thinking of how I can weave it into, because we have quite a few area of effect weapons in Vampire Survivors. So if we were to use this class for both garlic as well as for holy water, then I've got to think about where the aura fits into the overall system. Like, does it spawn as a projectile? Or does it spawn just as a game object that stays in one area for a moment? And whether I should create a new script called Aura Weapon to just spawn the garlic effect, which I think is a little excessive. Maybe I should just work it into the weapon script. See that works. Just add an aura here. Aura effect. So this means that whenever you have a weapon, every weapon can potentially add either a projectile or an aura to you. And when it adds an aura, the aura just attaches itself to the character, and then it starts dealing damage in the area around it. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. We'll just update the name here, say projectile prefect.
encima para enloquecerme, pero voy a draw the line. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. Sé que como un trofeo quieres tenerme, pero I don't need no one. Que yo ya sé que es de ti. I got to stay away, got to stay away. No, 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 baby, no, 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 no setbacks. No, 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 baby, no, 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 this time. You broke my heart once again. I won't buy the dust in return. I can't give in, I can't give in. I won't give in this time. You broke my heart once again. When you bad, but you bad it for me. I can't give in, I can't give in. I've already run my soul far from a lot of the day. I can't go back to you. I'm stronger today. Been to the dark side of the moon. So if you wanna shoot far away, I won't go back to you. I'm stronger, I'm stronger, I'm stronger today. I'm stronger today.
I never thought I'd feel like this. Yeah. I never thought I'd feel like this. Ooh, never thought I could be. I never thought I'd be on my shit, be on mine. I'm spending my time in love like I should. No more struggling for my blood.
So let's set up the stats for Gale for the rest of the levels.
I never thought I'd feel like this.
Okay, I think I've got the garlic set up. Now let's test it out. So I'm gonna have to add some scripts because I added a two new functions on equip as well as on unequip. So I have to go to the inventory script, make sure that those are called whenever a weapon is added. So, equip, so it's called. And it should be public, not accessible by others. And under play inventory, is there a remove weapon? If there isn't, then we don't have to call on and quit now. So if I select the garlic character, then the garlic should start dealing damage. There we go. I didn't share my screen, huh? So there are a couple of things I have to change with the garlic script because right now the stats are not getting drawn from the stats of the weapon. So I have to look through that. I'm gonna be back in a while, yeah. Just run off to the washroom for a bit.
breaking all in front of us. Head high, how could we know it was all along on the side? We should read between the lines and we're on the right way to go. Head high, we're not alone, oh, we are not out of luck. Running for my life. Feel the light. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running for my life. Running wild, I'm running for my life.
Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? Nowhere to go, so far from home. Is this what giving up feels like? I don't know, I don't know. Tell me, have I lost my mind? So I break these walls and hold my head up high, and I step my ground until the day I die. As the rain falls down, there's no more tears to cry, tears to cry. So I break these walls and hold my head up high. No, I'm not giving in. No,
can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. Another day to lose control. There's a fire in my bones. My sight gets blurry, pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano.
So what I'm doing right now is just retooling the aura script so that it doesn't. So the thing about auras in Vampire Survivors is that they're pretty complex. You don't just use on trigger, enter, and exit to deal damage, because if an enemy leaves the area and enters again, if the cooldown is not finished, you will still not be able to deal damage. And if an enemy stays within your aura's area for prolonged periods of time, the aura will keep dealing damage. So instead of using on trigger enter and on trigger exit, you will have to deal damage to them using the update loop, and you only can use the on trigger enter and on trigger exit functions to detect when something comes in and goes out. You can't use it to handle anything else. You can't use it to deal damage directly. And the aura has to track the cooldowns of every enemy that is inside its area, so that once the cooldown finishes, it will immediately deal damage. And then because there is also an exploit where you can make enemy leave the area and re-enter it. So that's also a problem. So you can't, you cannot, you still have to track, you still have to continue tracking the cooldown of an enemy when he leaves the area. So even when the enemy leaves the area, you've got to just mark it to be unaffected first, and then after the cooldown finishes, then you can remove the enemy from the area. I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job at explaining everything properly, but eventually when we release this, I will go through the code of the Aura script in clearer detail. So one thing as well is we probably will also want to input knockback information for the Aura. So how much knockback the Aura does, that's pretty important to prove. So I'm gonna test out the garlic. If I update the controller so that it doesn't use a weapon. Sorry, so that you use a proper script, I have to add a weapon to it. So this is a weapon, and then you add the weapon data of garlic, and then automatically this will spawn the garlic effect. So the garlic aura needs to have the sprite right there, and there's a provider garlic aura sprite. So let's check if everything laid out properly. We have the garlic, which has a weapon script.
I got a piece of my heart that's covered in gold. You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise.
Yo!
intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. So I'm addicted to you. Visions of you. Come closer, 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 closer. Come closer, 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 closer. Visions of you. Intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my face. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown my sorrow, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you. Come closer. Half past 9 and I can't see straight. I'm hoping that I'll make it tomorrow, but right now I can't feel my pace. I'm intoxicated, I'm a waste. Hoping I can drown the sorrows, but I love that bitter taste. Visions of you.
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I said just. Say son. You know I said just. Just
Oh, man, you need some headphones, bro.
you know I said just. Just I suggest. You know I suggest.
Oh man, you need some headphones, bro.
You know I suggest. You know I suggest.
So the garlic is finally working now. Had some issues with it's just the order of so the inventory was getting initialized after the weapon was getting initialized, so the weapon wasn't able to retrieve data. So I was just trying to figure out why was it that the weapon stats were not being read. It's because the weapon stats were not getting initialized yet. So I had to move this line of code up into the awake function because the play inventory is initialized very early, so the weapon system has to be initialized even earlier. So what I did was I moved the where was that, the awake function under player stats. There we go. So we don't spawn the weapon early, we spawn the weapon a little bit later so that the weapon has time to initialize first before we start using the weapon. So as a whole, what we are doing here is what I'm trying to do is create a set of components that we can reuse over and over for different kinds of weapons. So I'm still finagling with the scripts to see how they organize and how they can relate to each other. So that's why I'm not doing a lot of commentary at the moment. So the garlic should be working now. Let me just adjust the knockback a little bit because the garlic has a very pathetic knockback value at the moment. So if there's anyone new who just came in, I see a couple of new viewers. Just let me run through with you the idea for the weapon system again. Probably talked about this a couple of times already. But one of the main limitations of the system that we had before is that we had to hard code every level of the weapon. So as you can see here, in the old system we have one asset for every level of the weapon. In the new system, everything is baked into one weapon data, and when you have the weapon data, when you create weapon data, what you're doing is you're defining first the base stats and then the number of levels you can have. And then there are two kinds of growth that you can define. You can define linear growth, which is you can define the stats level by level, how much the stats increase. Or you can also define something called random growth. This is when, if you look at Vampire Survivors, some weapons are able to limit break. They're able to grow beyond, say, the set number of levels. So beyond that level, the buffs will be randomly picked. It won't be a set value. So what this system allows us to do is, first it puts all the weapons, all the levels of the weapon together to one asset. And secondly, it allows us to grow the weapon beyond the maximum level that we have. And the reason why we are doing it this way with base stats and incrementing the stats over time is also because Vampire Survivors has a lot of different modifiers for weapons. For example, you can add effects that expand the weapon's area. So if we do not have a base stats to increment the weapon stats from, then it becomes very difficult for us. We have to create many different variations of the weapon because there will be many different permutations and combinations. And also recall that in Vampire Survivors, when you go to the main menu, you're able to buy buffs for your characters, and then those buffs will also apply to the weapons. So by creating a weapon system that works on base stats, and then whenever you get a boost, either by leveling up or by something else, by putting an item maybe, then you can just modify the base stats of the weapon to increase the stats of the weapon. This gives us a much more flexible framework to build upon in the future. Of course, this takes a lot more work. We will have to use it and refine it. You will see some things come in and some things go, and then it's gonna take a couple of iterations before it is stable. And we also have to adapt the rest of the scripts to use this newer weapon system. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going to increase the knockback of the garlic weapon so it's not completely pathetic. You can hardly see the knockback. So now the garlic works a little bit better. So right now there is a cooldown to the garlic system. So in the past, the garlic is turning on and off, right? That shouldn't really work that way. So the garlic weapon has been patched up. And for viewers who just came in earlier in the stream, we also went through how to add knockback numbers to the character. Sorry, to the enemies. Let me just show that to you in a bit. Let me just test out the garlic. See that it works properly. Okay, it's working great now. So I have 2 branches in my repository at the moment. Let me just skip over to GitHub. So I have a branch for developing the new weapon system, and I also have the main branch. Let me just make a comment over here, and I'll show you what we did in the first 1.5 to 2 hours of this stream.
I just wish you knew.
So the idea of branching is that when you're working on bigger features, if you maintain your repository in a separate branch, this will help you to avoid bugs. The reason for that is because when you make big changes, often you have to change a lot of scripts, and this will probably break a lot of things in your project. So if you work in a separate branch, once your extra branch is done, you can merge the changes back to the main branch, and then you will have 2 versions of the project. So let me just change the branch back to main. I will post a summary of this update with the floating text. For the damage, for the weapon system, I will only post it after everything is done. But this is what we did in the first 1.5 hours or so. What we had, this is using the old weapon system, was we made damage numbers pop up whenever damage is dealt. Oh, I didn't change over to it. Yeah.
I just wish you knew.
Can you reload the screen? I think there's a little bit of problem here. Let me reopen my project. I think because I've changed branches while the project is open, so there is a little bit of a problem. There we go. So what we did earlier in the stream for the first 1.5 hours is we made damage numbers pop up whenever damage is dealt. So after this stream is done, we are currently working on a video. Summarize the changes for the changes that you can use anyway for coding stream 1 and for this stream. So in that summary, because this took me 1.5 hours to do, there was commentary because it's a lot easier to do in weapon system Revamp. So because there was commentary, we're just gonna cut up the commentary, summarize it, and then we're gonna post it onto the video for coding stream 1. Again, just a summary of the more tangible features that we worked on, or rather that I worked on in these 2 streams. So you can use that video to follow what I've been doing and update your projects accordingly. And as usual, of course, if you're a Patreon, you can get access to the project files. So I'm gonna wrap up the stream soon because I want to spend some time to just figure out certain moving parts of the weapon system, and it's also been a pretty long day on my end. So for those of you who are here, thanks for tuning in. Look out for the summary video of coding stream 1 and 2. It's covering 2 things: damage feedback, which includes damage feedback for the enemy and for the player, and then as well as the floating text for when you deal damage to enemy. So it's all we're gonna try and make the video as short as possible so that you can just pick up what you need as soon as possible. Shorter videos are always better, right? So I'm gonna end this stream now. For those of you who have tuned in over the course of the last 5 hours or so, thank you very much. I will announce when I'll do the next stream. Probably later this week or early next week. Or we may not do a stream next week. So I'll have to figure out my schedule because I've got quite a few things on next week. So with the weapon system, we probably are gonna have to have a few more 6-hour streams before we get everything up to speed. But once it's up to speed, I think it'll be pretty awesome because then it's a system that my intention is for it to be very, you just plug the scripts into your project, and if you know how to use the components, then you can build any weapon that you want instead of you trying to understand the code. Just use our codes, follow certain steps, and you can develop weapons, like a whole variety of weapons for your game. So that's it. I'm gonna wrap up this stream. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you again whenever I stream.